because this is a software presentation in 2025, I do need to talk a bit about LLMs. What is the point of all this? Isn't ChatGPT going to do it all for us? And I was wondering that too. So I had Gemini generate a slide for this presentation explaining MVVM using pizzas and owls. And I'll show you what I got. So yeah, I'll let you all enjoy it for a bit. It's honestly really good. But I do think we'll have jobs for a few more months. Yeah. All right, but on a more serious note, the rise of code generation LLMs actually provides another great reason to migrate to a consistent architecture. Anecdotally, I found it much easier to ask Cursor to generate a new narrowly scoped repo or VM rather than having it add functionality to an existing monolithic singleton like the user client. And of course, it's hard to quantify this difference, but it's really not hard to reason through. The more your code base provides consistent examples for the LLM to follow, which ideally also roughly line up with other code bases that the LLM has been trained on, the more likely you are to get code that's consistent with your expectations. All right, I should have had ChatGPT also come up with a better transition to the ending, but that is it. Thank you all for coming and listening. Yeah, any questions?
All right. Do we have any questions for Xinyu, Carter, or Duo?
City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated. Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City day. Windy City day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the
And Tyler is going to be speaking about building a Vapor website without HTML, CSS, or JavaScript. Let's go.
All right. Thank you, everybody. So my name is Tyler Thompson, and as just said, I'm going to talk to you about building a Vapor website here without any of the things that you normally think about for building a website. This is my first time at Deep Dish Swift, and I'm thrilled to be here. This is my second time speaking at a developer conference, so let's go. It's going to be better than the first time was. It will. You know, the last time I spoke, I made kind of a classic mistake. Everybody said, how do I get access to the slides? And at the time I said, I have no idea. So I'm going to do better this time. And the first thing is I'm going to give everybody access to the slides. I would encourage you to go ahead and grab this now, but I would ask that you don't get too far ahead. There are going to be a lot of code examples, and it's nice to be able to go back and see them, especially if I move on too quickly. While I give everyone the chance to do that, a couple of quick little disclaimers. For one, I am not representing my company here. I'm sort of here on behalf of myself, so I won't be telling you who I work for. You've heard of them before. The next thing, my last developer conference, I was taller than currently. For those of you who are curious, it was an accident in a Taekwondo class about a week ago. I landed on my ankle. I don't recommend it. It's not very fun. And with that, let's get started. So first of all, why Vapor? And I don't know how many people here are familiar with the Swift on Server ecosystem, but it's absolutely amazing. And right now, there are two sort of large frameworks that you might use for building server-side Swift. One of them is Vapor, and one of them is Hummingbird, a more recent example, recent addition to the ecosystem. Vapor has been around for quite a while now. We're on Vapor 4 with Vapor 5 around the corner. It's very exciting. Hummingbird is on version 2. What I will tell you about Vapor is they've built up this ecosystem that is really nice to get into. They've got great documentation. They've got great tooling around what they've built, and they've been around for a little bit longer. Hummingbird has taken the approach of giving some of the same functionality without opting you into so many dependencies and so much of the ecosystem when you work with it. So it's a little bit nicer if you've got a more targeted thing that you're trying to do. In my case, I was chasing a great developer experience, and I think that Vapor has a really great developer experience, and that's why I went with it. And that's going to be a theme as the talk continues. So let's start by figuring out how are we going to get rid of HTML. So Vapor has a command line utility that it ships with called Vapor. And as you can see here, we can say Vapor new, and we create a new project. It asks us about a couple of things. It wants to know, should we use Fluent? You guys will see a little bit of Fluent today, but it is an ORM. And then it asks if we should use Leaf, and Leaf is an HTML templating system. And of course, the answer right now is, well, no, I'm trying to get rid of HTML. I don't want Leaf. And so here's our project. And we did it. There is a Vapor website that doesn't use HTML, CSS, or JavaScript. You're welcome. Some of you are unimpressed. OK, so I want you to remember this moment, because I did meet the definition of the talk. And from this time forward, I'm going to cheat the definition of not using those things. So remember that I gave you this before we go on. OK, so let's do something more impressive. What if we were to build something that looks like this? And we were to do that without using too much HTML, CSS, or JavaScript. We'll build a blog. This isn't the best designed blog that you've ever seen in your life, but it's clearly better than just a string. Let's start by looking at Leaf. This is what ships with Vapor. Leaf is, as mentioned earlier, HTML templating. Now, I'm not here to dump on it. I think if you're going to use HTML templating, Leaf is a pretty interesting choice. I like what it has to offer. As you can see here, there's an injected title, right? And you can see that in the H1. You can see that in the title of the HTML. Over on the right-hand side, you can see how we pass variables so that it ends up being a dictionary. And the dictionary gets used by Leaf when you call view.render, as you're seeing here. This has some unfortunate consequences just for the fact that it's a dictionary. It means that everything's kind of captured at runtime. You don't have compiler time enforcement that you passed variables through. And in fact, you can miss passing them altogether. If you do, it just won't expand. You'll have an empty title and an empty H1 in my example right now. And the way that you discover that is you go and you see a completely empty page. And that's less than ideal. So the first step is, can we get some of what Leaf is doing straight into Swift? And the answer is yes, we can. We can do something like this. We can create a response, specify that the content type is HTML. We can use a local variable and Swift's string interpolation, and here we have the exact same site, but now it's in Swift. It's still HTML, but at least we're a step closer. And some of you see this, okay, we can generate an HTML string, and you're thinking to yourself, I have a great idea. What if we were to create a Swift DSL that's capable of generating HTML? And you know what might be great is if we use result builders. And my answer to you is, please stop. It's been done. Everybody's had that great idea. Every single one of these is a relatively recent addition to the ecosystem with somebody who has their own flavor of this exact thing. And you're going to find so many people with opinions about why their approach to this and their philosophy for the thing that they built is better than all the rest of them. Some of them don't use result builders. You'll find some that use macros, because if you use macros, then we can generate the HTML string in nanoseconds instead of milliseconds, and surely that's better. And then you'll find some that try to say, well, what if we didn't make it look like HTML at all? What if we made it look like Swift UI? Right? And there's a couple of really interesting projects that attempt to do that. And I conspicuously left one off this list, and it's the one that I'm going to be using today that I'd like to introduce you to next. So, a guy named Simon posts on the Swift forums and says, I built another one of these things. Now, his reasons for building it are really interesting, and I would encourage everybody to go ahead and check out the Swift forums post as well as his own writing about why he built this thing. I've got links here that anybody can check out. But there's a couple of things that I think are important that he calls out. So one of them is he doesn't want to use existentials, right? He doesn't want to use protocols for everything. He's more interested in that Swift UI approach and utilizing generics more. And this is great because the Swift compiler can start to enforce things that make sense, right? You can't add attributes to HTML where it doesn't make any sense using Simon's library. And you can also see that he's focused on creating a wonderful developer experience. This is the exact same thing that I was chasing with this project. And he recommends using Hummingbird, Tailwind, and HTMX. And we're going to talk about at least one of those things. Obviously, I chose Vapor over Hummingbird, and you're just going to have to wait to see what happened with Tailwind or not. But we are going to explore Elementary quite a bit, and quite a few of the projects that Simon has created. So this is what it looks like to use Elementary. One of the things that Simon did when designing this library that I like quite a lot is all of the HTML is lowercase types, which I know looks a little bit odd, but what's great is you can see what's my code and what's not my code in these examples as we go forward. And so, as you can see, we've got this concept of like a blog header, right? And we've got some HTML that's in here. And this allows me to create a design system and create my own sort of composed views using HTML and Elementary. Now, it's got similar concepts to Swift UI's environment. As you can see early on in our struct definition here, we have a user that's passed in just like Swift UI environment values are. There's a few other things that I want to call out about this particular code snippet. If you look at the HTML that we've got, we can have async content and async for each. I want to talk about what those things are for a minute. So back in the days before WebSockets and server-sent events, it was possible to approximate real-time interaction with HTML by simply delaying what you send off to the browser. Because it turns out, HTML documents don't have to be fully formed in order for them to display. And so Elementary is taking advantage of this with async content and async for each, and it's allowing us to send information later, right? So I have, it's sort of a fake example here, but I have an example of having an async stream or an async sequence of blog posts, And as I fetch those from the database, they can be appended to the HTML document, meaning that we've delivered content to our users right away, and we're still loading more later. That's really nice about one of the designs of this library. The other thing that I'm going to call out, the second import statement, and I'm only going to talk about this really briefly, is a project called Affluent. It's a project of mine that is a substitute for Combine built on top of Swift concurrency. So if you do check out the source code, you're going to see a little bit of that. And separately, you might want to check that out if you are also interested in reactive patterns that don't use Combine. Moving on from that, because elementary is built on generics, like I was talking about earlier, it's actually really easy to extend. So this has since been fixed, but at the time that I pulled in the library for the purposes of creating this project and giving this talk, the image tag did not allow for the alt attribute. But because this library is built so extensively, you can see here that it was actually really trivial for me to create the exact same API surface and give the ability to add alt tags to images with HTML. Creating routes for elementary is rather easy. So if we go through this very quickly, you'll see at the top, we're using Fluent. We're querying the database for all of our blogs. I don't have time to talk about it today because it's totally deserving of its own talk, but it's using OpenFGA, which is fine-grained authorization to figure out what people can view and can edit. And then at the bottom, our return type creates this HTML response, and it uses the sort of composed view that I was showing earlier, right? I showed a blog header, this one's a post detail, but you can see what's going on there, and you can see that just like SwiftUI, I can pass my environment values. Now, some of you are thinking, this is cool, but this is still HTML one way or another. Isn't Swift WebAssembly poised to help with some of this? And my answer is, hold on, we'll get there. First, we got to talk about getting rid of CSS. So there's an obvious answer. We could use the exact same trick. Our friend Simon has created elementary CSS. It's a very similar library. It's built on top of the elementary ecosystem. And you can see an example of it right here. But that kind of feels like cheating. I think we can do better. I'm interested in not writing CSS at all, if I can avoid it. And that brings me to classless CSS frameworks. These are a thing. You'll see a lot of opinions along the lines of you should never define styles against actual HTML elements. You should always have classes. But there's a simplicity that you can get. And you can eventually get here with SwiftUI. And I realize that this is a bit of a pipe dream. It's never quite true. It's never quite true in my blog post demonstration either. But the idea is that you'll create a design system, and that design system allows you to focus more on content than on styling once it's up and it's ready to go. And this is the goal for pulling in something like a classless CSS framework. So classless CSS frameworks, they lean into this, and they go directly against the opinions. They style HTML elements, and that's all you put up. So I found one called Pico CSS, and it looked really cool. It had most of what I wanted, and for some reason, it didn't look like it was maintained at the time. So somebody created a fork, and the fork is very much maintained, and that's what I ended up using. But as you can see here, ignoring the fact that this is not in Swift anymore, we've got these HTML elements, and they are styled, as you can see above, just by declaring those inputs. That's how they look. So Pico CSS let me do exactly what I wanted to. It let me focus on content more than styling. It's even responsive. Believe it or not, the hamburger menu that you see here is entirely done with CSS. There is no JavaScript involved in creating that hamburger menu so that it's responsive on mobile. This also works with light mode and dark mode. I happen to be using dark mode for all of my presentation here, but if you're not a dark mode user, you like the lights on, then you can go and check this out, and it will work according to your system preferences. And some of you are saying, okay, but what about Swift WebAssembly? Doesn't Swift WebAssembly fit a space where we don't have to worry about CSS as much. And unsurprisingly, my answer is, hold on. We have one more thing to get rid of. Getting rid of JavaScript. Do we have any JavaScript fans here? Yeah? One or two? Your worldview is deeply disturbing to me. No, I'm kidding, but one of the things that I think we can all agree on is a love of Swift. And it would be really nice to be able to focus more on writing Swift than writing JavaScript. So how can we do this? And this is where I'm going to introduce you to HTMX. So HTMX is a JavaScript framework. And yeah, I'm cheating. I'm getting rid of JavaScript by pulling in JavaScript, because that's the web world we live in today. Now, HTMX is predicated on this idea that hypertext already gives some of what we're looking for here. If you think about a link is an instruction to hypertext to make a GET request, and then it renders a full page from whatever gets returned, right? HTMX said, well, we could do the same thing, but it doesn't always have to be the full page. We can use things like AJAX, CSS transitions, WebSockets, server-sent events directly in our HTML using attributes. So you have an example here of a button, and when you click on that button, it makes a post to a clicked endpoint, and it says it's going to replace the outer HTML. In other words, the entire button is going to be replaced with whatever comes back from that post request. So this is effectively server-side rendering. And that's going to come with some drawbacks. Namely, you're going to have a lot more traffic to your server when you do something like this. In addition, you don't have the sort of thick clients that we're used to having today, because everything has to make a server request. So we'll look at some of the drawbacks of that. But overall, for the purposes of trying to get away from JavaScript and trying to look at something that is a new path forward, I think HTMX has a lot of promise, and that's what we're going to look at here. And wouldn't you know it, our friend Simon has built elementary HTMX. As you can tell, there's this whole elementary ecosystem that's starting to be built up around these very concepts, and I love it. So you do have to ship some JavaScript to support HTMX, but we're not having to write it, and we're not having to write it afterward. And so you can see some examples here from the elementary HTMX repository of how you can use it, and it looks very similar to just using attributes in HTML. So let's try to do something that is simple. We're going to build a modal. We're going to build a modal with HTMX. There's a few things to draw your attention to here. The first is we can use that environment value of our user. We can check whether you're logged in, you're not logged in. So the idea here is if you are not logged in, then we'll have a login button, and that's going to launch a modal. There's a few things to note here. So there's a button, right? And it's got this HTMX target of the div that's highlighted at the bottom that has absolutely no content in it. And the idea is that it's going to make a request, and whatever response it gets, it's going to populate that div with the response. This is how we're going to try to launch our modal. So what does that route look like in Vapor? It was actually pretty boring. We have an HTML response with the login modal. Yay. What's the login modal? Well, it's got some HTML that describes how to sign in or how to sign up. This is our modal content, and it ends up using this modal abstraction that I created. And it passes in a close identifier. That's going to be important a little bit later, because this is how we have to get rid of the modal. And finally, we have the modal itself. And there's a lot that's going on here. So let's take it one step at a time. At the top, we have this HTMX swap OOB that's out of band, and we're targeting the HTML element. And we're going to add classes using the HTMX class extension. The classes that we're going to add are modal is opening and modal is open. This does the prototypical, I want to disable interaction behind the thing, and I want to have it dimmed, all that kind of stuff that you're used to seeing. Then we have our actual modal container. And as you can see, we have a button. And the button knows how to close the modal. It's going to make a request to this close modal endpoint. And it's going to replace the contents at that close ID. OK, so what is that empty view? When you press close, what happens? And it's a lot of exactly what you would expect to happen. It mostly returns empty content, except for it goes back to our HTMX class extension. And now we can remove modal is open and modal is opening. That seems like a lot of steps. But when you build it all together, you get this. We can close and open this modal using HTMX, all server-side rendered, all written in Swift. But you can do even more than that. That's one example, but with these fundamental building blocks in place, there are all kinds of things that you can do. So this example that's playing right now, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to pause the video in time. It has this nasty habit of playing through where I want it to and not ending on the sort of final screen here. But I can write out my content, and much like I can do on GitHub, where I can switch between previewing that content or writing that in Markdown, I can do the exact same thing. So I've built a sort of CMS all using HTMX. Let's watch it switch here. And there you go. But what about Swift WebAssembly? OK, fine. We can finally talk about Swift WebAssembly. I'm really excited for the Swift WebAssembly project. There's a lot that it can do. But it's in its nascent stages right now. So allow me to be clear about something. When you're writing Swift WebAssembly, you still need HTML. You still need CSS. And sadly, you still need JavaScript. HTML is obviously still going to be your rendering, right? Swift WebAssembly is not going to be doing a whole lot of rendering on its own. CSS for styling, that works exactly like you think it does. The JavaScript is a little bit more interesting. The WebAssembly spec can't fully interact with the DOM as it stands right now. And so there's this sort of JavaScript runtime, JavaScript bridge that was created to be able to do that. So it's one of those, include this magic JavaScript file and your Swift WebAssembly will work. It is poised to one day be an absolutely standout solution. I'm really excited for what Swift WebAssembly can be. And if I were to give this talk in 3 to 5 years, I think it would look really different than how it looks right now. It's also interesting to point out that despite the fact that it's called WebAssembly, this ends up just being a virtual machine with virtual machine instructions, and that means that it's not just for the web. There's some really exciting projects. If you go on the Swift forums and you look at what the WebAssembly team has to say, they'll showcase that Swift WebAssembly could be used to pre-build Swift syntax and help with macro build times. It can be used to add Swift as a scripting language for your own apps, if you want to do something like that. So this is a virtual machine that you can theoretically use in a lot of places. When it comes to the web, there are some drawbacks with WebAssembly right now, such as search engine optimization is tricky/impossible, depending on exactly what you're doing. It is really good at computing things, and so we can get away from JavaScript to some extent and write Swift with Swift WebAssembly, but there's a little ways to go. In addition, the current state of WebAssembly lacks controls that JavaScript has. So I talked about this JavaScript runtime that you need. And right now, there are questions that we still need to answer. Like, what about Swift concurrency? It's still being worked on because Swift WebAssembly does not have a built-in way to create threads, and instead it relies on the host environment to provide multi-threading support. So there's a lot that needs to be fleshed out still. It's an exciting thing. I definitely recommend looking at it. It is a little bit past the bleeding edge, in my opinion, and it's not something that I wanted to showcase for a more production-ready project. But once again, our friend Simon comes to the rescue if you are interested in checking out Swift WebAssembly with elementary DOM. This is similar to tools like Tokamak for people who've looked at that. It aims to provide a Swift UI style experience built on top of Swift WebAssembly. And he's got a live example of a Wordle clone here that has decided to buffer instead of show you anything. There we go. And this is all built using Swift WebAssembly. All of the code is open source, and you can check out how this works. One other thing I'll mention, you can't do this with the normal Swift toolchain that you might have installed. You need to get like nightly or developer snapshots in order to make any of this work. So it's a little ways off in that regard as well. And that was enough of a barrier that I chose not to implement it into the blog and have a page there, because honestly, like switching Swift toolchains between building the blog or building Swift WebAssembly and hosting all of it felt like a little bit more than was reasonable for the time frame of this project. But if we take a look at elementary DOM, you can see the vision that's there. So we have a macro for view, we have a macro for state, and this looks an awful lot like Swift UI. So, wrapping up, the truth is you can't quite escape HTML, CSS, and JavaScript completely. The title of my talk was clickbait. Sorry about that. But there's a lot that we can do to limit how much is pulled in and how much we end up writing. And this idea of using Vapor and Hummingbird, or these classless CSS utilities, and this HTMX approach, it can work to create, honestly, a delightful developer experience where you spend most of your time writing Swift. Now, Simon earlier on called out Tailwind, and one of the things that I wanted to call out here, Tailwind is an absolutely more appropriate thing if you want to do more impressive styling than I did when creating this example. But it involves adding classes to everything, right? So it is very much class-focused, and that's really all you're doing, not unlike Bootstrap. Now, I believe that working software speaks more than slides, so anybody is welcome to check out this QR code and visit the blog live right now. In addition, all of the code that backs it is available open source on GitHub. You're free to check that out today. Thank you. There is so much that I would have loved to be able to cover with you, because as it turns out, building this in a way that was truly production ready, not just for the purposes of having live software, but to really push Vapor to its limits, involved so many things that I don't have the time to cover. But if you check out the blog, I will be adding a series of articles on exactly how all of this was done. Notable highlights: this uses WebAuthn. So if you're interested in seeing WebAuthn implemented entirely in Swift, you can check that out. The Vapor service is designed to scale beyond a single node. This is running on 2 hosts right now. It's got OpenFGA support, which we talked about a little bit earlier. It's hosted on fly.io, and if you are interested in side projects, I highly recommend it. It's a wonderful hosting experience. There are automated tests for every single thing that you saw today, and they involved some trickery to figure out how to test adequately, so please check that out. And so much more that I don't even have time to get into everything that's here, but it's all worth checking out. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
All right, any questions for Tyler? Any hand raises?
City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air, ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos. Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. Lines of code like pizza toppings stacked up to the sky. Debugging while the skyline sparkles, catch up questions why. Every glitch a battle cry, every crash a dare. In the room you feel the magic, every bite will share. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City's day. So grab your laptop, grab your voice, it's time to make it loud. Pitch your vision to the pack, stand tall and draw the crowd. The city whispers and it roars, it's calling out your name. Deep dish hackers, creators, legends, they're playing the game. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy Pier, the future's on display. Deep dish brings the fire to the Windy City day. Windy City's day. City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the loop to Navy.
Well, hello everyone. I am Harlan. I am so excited to be here to talk about coordinate spaces. It's very near and dear to my heart as a UI frameworks engineer and someone who loves to build great experiences. So a little bit about myself. I am currently the engineering lead at Typo. I actually work with Laksh, who you may have seen earlier giving just an absolutely phenomenal talk about shaders. I highly recommend going back and watching that talk because it was like so approachable. But before I joined Typo, I worked on UI frameworks for Vision OS. Before that, I worked on the Swift compiler. But really, I'm just super, super passionate about building and crafting great experiences with every tool at your disposal. Now, building these kinds of experiences is very hard, but it's a muscle that you just have to keep working at. And building an intuition for how all the pieces behave at the core level helps make these kinds of interactions much easier to model in your head and to reason about. And ultimately, it makes them easier to build. So today I'm going to talk about one piece of the puzzle for making great interactions: coordinate spaces. If you've ever wanted to build cool transitions and presentations like context menus, which look like they grow straight out of your UI and shrink back in, you'll need to work with coordinate spaces. Or if you've wanted to build picture-in-picture, which understands your view hierarchy and constrains itself within your safe area, you'll need to understand coordinate spaces. Or if you've ever written code like this, where you get the location of a gesture within a specific view, or hit test one of those locations to find a subview, you're already working with coordinate spaces. So today I'm going to start by going over what coordinate systems and coordinate spaces are and how you're used to using them in core animation. I'll go over some of the mathematical foundations, though rest assured this is not a mathematics talk. I realize I'm the last talk of the entire conference, and you may be very tired, so I'm not going to throw just a ton of math at you. I'm really going to be introducing the math in order to sort of talk practically about what that means in the context of Apple platform development. And then I'm going to go over some examples of how to use the system frameworks to do all that heavy lifting for you. So let's get started by defining some terminology here. The first thing I'm sure several of you are wondering is, well, what's a coordinate system and what's a coordinate space? And are they different? What's different here? And honestly, there is a precise mathematical definition between the two, but in practice, they're often used interchangeably. So within the context of Apple platforms, people tend to describe them like this. A coordinate system defines how a point should be interpreted. So in our case, that means questions like, hey, what unit are we talking in? Are we talking points or pixels or meters? Where is the origin relative to my content? Are we at the center? Are we top left, bottom left? And what direction do each of the axes move in? Is positive x that way, or positive y that way, or that way? I don't know. It could go anywhere. Now, on Apple platforms, coordinate systems usually have a root coordinate space. So in UIKit, you may be familiar with window space, or in RealityKit, scene space. So a coordinate space is a frame of reference. Coordinate spaces are usually interpreted relative to another coordinate space, unless they're the root, at which point they're not. So they'll ask questions like, where am I relative to my parent? Or where are my children relative to me? On Apple platforms, a coordinate space tends to also include how much space do I take up? But that's not necessarily a requirement of a coordinate space, and something like RealityKit doesn't incorporate that at all. And for a coordinate space like this, you can sort of pick a space and cut it off and treat it as a root, and all its children can treat that as a root. So y'all might be most familiar with coordinate spaces through using core animation. And if some of you are thinking to yourselves, oh, I've never done any of that layer stuff before, you're still using core animation, because UIKit, AppKit, and SwiftUI use core animation to draw your content. Core animation is a renderer that renders to metal. It renders hierarchies of layers that each describe their own coordinate spaces. And when you build an app with UIKit or SwiftUI, the framework creates these core animation layers on your behalf and manages them. Now, a layer is a coordinate space. And it can have sublayers, and those sublayers are positioned relative to it. And when it does, it defines an origin. And there are a bunch of special subclasses of CA layer that do different kinds of drawing, and some of them don't do any drawing at all, like transform layer. And a layer has bounds. Those bounds define the coordinate space that the layer describes. It also determines where that origin is for its sublayers. It also has this position property. That position is the layer's position within its parent's coordinate space. Let's see what that means. So here's a little example here. I have 3 layers that are nested in each other. Each sublayer is 10 points away from its parent's origin. So if you ask this outer layer where everyone is, it's going to say, well, I'm at 0, this one's at 10, but this one's at 20. Because remember, it's 10 away from its parent, which is 10 away from the root. So that's 20. You can add them together. So now we ask the middle one. The middle one's going to say, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm clearly the one at 0 here, and you're at -10. That one's at 10, though. And predictably, if you ask the inner one, it'll say, no, I think you're both wrong here. I'm the one that's at 0 here. That one's pretty obviously at -10, and you're way out there at -20. And the thing is, they're all right from their own frame of reference. But as of now, these layers sort of only disagree with where the other one is positioned. They agree on how the points should be interpreted. It gets really interesting when we throw a new coordinate system into the mix. So let's introduce a different coordinate system with this innermost space. From its frame of reference, everything inside has y going up instead, and its origin is at the bottom left. Some of you may have recognized this discrepancy. This is the difference between how AppKit and UIKit treat their coordinates. So when we introduce this coordinate system at a point in the hierarchy, nothing really changes as far as the parents are concerned. From their perspective, everything's exactly the same. From that interview's perspective, though, we might think, okay, well, y goes up now, so instead we'll just flip the sign. And that is true. From the top left of the inner space to the top left of that parent space, it's -10 points in the x direction, +10 points in the y direction. But remember, the origin is different. And so the distance from its origin to the parent's origin has to incorporate the entire height of the inner square. Now this is probably one of the bits about core animation that trips most people up, so I want to go over it carefully here. The bounds of a layer are in its local coordinate space. Depending on the platform, the origin is either top left or bottom left. For the rest of the talk, I'm going to assume iOS unless otherwise specified, so we're going to go with top left. And in most layers, the bounds origin are 0. So from a layer's own point of view, it starts at 0. What I just mentioned earlier is that this position is in the parent's coordinate space. It could be placed anywhere within the parent. I'm going to go with 60, 50. And then we talk about frame. Frame is slightly different from the bounds. It's basically reinterpreting the bounds of the layer, but from the parent's perspective relative to the position. So I picked 60, 50 for the position there, because since this layer is 100 by 80, and the position's in the center, the origin ends up being 10, 10, 10. Half the width and height away from the center. All right. All of this information about a layer's coordinate space and its coordinate system are packaged up together and described in a transform. A transform contains everything necessary to convert a point from one coordinate space to another, even between coordinate systems. And when you're working in an app, the transforms of your layers are often just translations. But they can also have things like scaling up or down and rotating about the origin. Less commonly, they can reflect a point around its origin, or they can shear it, or they can introduce perspective changes. All right, everyone. I'm going to address the elephant in the room now. Matrices. I'm going to try to keep the math in this talk to a minimum. So if you just reach under your chairs, there should be a TI-84 so you can follow along. Kidding, I couldn't afford that one. But one matrix contains everything you need to convert a point between however many spaces and systems that you want. This right here is called the identity matrix, with that line of ones going down the diagonal. It's called the identity matrix because everything you multiply against it comes out unchanged. As far as rendering is concerned, these rows encode a few different kinds of operations. For example, they can translate. If you put the x and y values in this rightmost column, whatever you put in is going to get translated by that in x and y. They can also scale, which puts the x and y scale components along the diagonal. And finally, they can rotate. Just trust me, that causes it to rotate about the origin. I can't really go into that. Now, some particularly astute viewers in this room may have noticed something here, which is that the bottom row of all of these is the same as the identity matrix. Well, so when you put values in that, it sort of ends up performing like perspective changes on the points. You can think of it as like lifting the point into 3D, moving it around in 3D, and then projecting it back down to 2D. That's very valuable, but not necessarily the focus of this talk. So if we just disregard these third rows, we get an equivalent representation. And again, some of you may be familiar with this. This is CG Affine Transform. It's used heavily in core animation and UIKit and AppKit. And these 6 numbers are all that you need to describe an arbitrary rotation, translation, scale, reflection, shear between 2 spaces. But not just one space to the next. One matrix can describe an arbitrary number of space transformations. All you got to do is multiply them together. I'm not going to go into the math. Essentially, the way it works is that when you multiply them together, the matrix that you get will be just like applying the right one first and then the left one. The order here matters a lot, though. Let's look at an example. We'll start with a point. Let's say x is 3, y is 2. We'll do the scale first. That 2, 2 scale, which effectively just doubles x and y. So we get a new point, 6, 4. Then after we've scaled, we'll translate 1 in x and 2 in y. That gives us this resulting point of 7, 6. So when we multiply these together, we get this matrix that just happens to apply the exact same transformation as if we had applied them each in sequence. This is super useful because you can just keep multiplying matrices together and build an arbitrarily complex coordinate space and system hierarchy and then flatten it down into 6 numbers. So what happens when we do this in the other order? Well, we'll start again with our old friend 3, 2, and then we translate. That puts us at 4, 4. After we translate, we scale, and that puts us at 8, 8, all the way at the top of the diagram there. So you can see we not only doubled the source position, but we also doubled the translation that got applied, and we ended up in a different spot. And yes, once you multiply the matrices in the other order, you get a totally different result. Okay, there's one final bit of math that we want to talk about here. Inversion. Most matrices have an inverse. And when you multiply a matrix by its inverse, you get the identity matrix out the other end. So its inverse kind of unapplies that transform that you had already applied. Or rather, you may think of it as if one matrix gives you a transform from one space to another, its inverse will give you a transform from the other space back to the first one. Okay, we're done with the math. I'm going to leave up that cheat sheet there for affine transforms just in case anyone wants to take a picture or a screenshot. Okay. So now we'll talk about practicality. Talk about UIKit and SwiftUI and how you can make use of this new knowledge in your day-to-day when you're working on apps. Well, so for UIKit, every view is backed by a layer, which means that every view defines a coordinate space. And since every view has these common behaviors, UIKit has a bunch of helper methods declared in the UI coordinate space protocol. These helpers do all of that transform math for you across arbitrarily complex view hierarchies. There's no need to do any matrix math or any composition or know about inverses or anything like that. So how might you use these methods? Well, here's a sort of example transition in a conference app I'm working on. I'm using a cross dissolve here, but after I use that app for a little bit, I realized the user gets a little bit lost when the entire app just switches its look. I really wish I could keep the user grounded and have something they can follow during the transition. I want to make it so that icon zooms up into the new view. This is a hero transition. A lot of apps build something like this. Well, when you want to do a transition like this that can be reused for different controllers, you usually want to structure it this way. You want to have each controller defines its final view, source view and destination, and then you take a snapshot and zoom it up. So if you match the positions throughout the transition, it looks like the view grows between the two views. How does something like that look in code? So for a transition like this, you really only need a couple of conversions. So I'm just going to set up the transition, do some boilerplate, put the incoming view into the container, make it transparent so we can do the fade. But then we'll snapshot the destination view, because it's bigger, and hide the original views on screen. So during this transition, we're really only focusing on one view growing into the final destination. So now we can do the animations. Step one is to position the snapshot where the source view would be if it was already in the container view. So we do this by asking the container to convert the source view's bounds. Remember, bounds are the local space from the source view's point of view. We convert the bounds from the source view's perspective. Then inside the animation block, we make the incoming view visible to do that cross-dissolve, and then we move the snapshot to cover where the destination view is gonna be relative to the container. We just use that same conversion method with the destination. And at the very end, once all the animations are done, we can reset, unhide the views, and we're good to go. Let's see what that looks like. I tap that icon, and we do a big, bouncy spring zoom into the final view. So that's UIKit. And with UIKit, these kinds of conversions are really easy to do because you just have a reference to each of the views, and you can just ask these kinds of geometry questions. SwiftUI hides a little bit of that away because you're not really responsible for positioning the views yourself. You let the layout system take care of it. But it does expose this information for you when you need it. SwiftUI defines several different coordinate spaces that you can use. Now, every view has this implicit local coordinate space, and when you add a gesture to a view, it's usually behaving in the local coordinate space by default. There's the global coordinate space, which is window level. It's in the Windows frame of reference. And then you can also define named coordinate spaces to do fine-grained conversions between views. So here's another SwiftUI example. I've added a tap gesture on 3 views that just saves the location off into a little bit of state. Then I've got an overlay that puts a dot down at every tap location. So let's go ahead and tap on some views. That's obviously not what I was going for, but this is a classic coordinate space bug. You receive a point in one coordinate space, but then you interpret it from another coordinate space's frame of reference. Fortunately, there's API for us to fix this. By default, as I said, gestures will provide their values in the local coordinate space. And that makes sense as our bug here. We're taking a point from inside the rectangle and putting it down in the outer view at the same position. What we really need to do is get the point of that tap in the parent view's coordinate space. Well, SwiftUI has an API for this too, the coordinate space modifier. Since, again, we don't have references to the views that we can just read from, we need to give them an identifier that we can refer to somewhere else. When we do this, all the children below this view can reference it by name. And so we can just switch the coordinate space that the gesture is using to the stack's coordinate space. And then the gesture just takes care of converting all the points for you. All right, so I have one more example for you. And if you know who I am, I would be remiss if I did not include this recent entrant into the coordinate space gauntlet, Vision OS. Now in Vision OS, SwiftUI and RealityKit are directly integrated. SwiftUI can host RealityKit entities directly in your UI. And RealityKit provides a few SwiftUI views like Reality View and Model 3D to let you put RealityKit content in your app easily. In Vision OS, SwiftUI's coordinate space is viewed slightly differently. The origin becomes the top left back of a volume, which is basically the same if everything's in 2D and the depth is 0. But RealityKit entities have their origin in the center, and Y goes up. But even more, SwiftUI specifies sizes in points, the same as the other platforms. RealityKit specifies those values in meters. So I have an app idea that I want to build. I think it'd be super fun and very on-brand to be able to make a virtual pizza and sprinkle on the toppings. So I think, okay, sprinkle on the toppings. And I got started writing the code. I added a pizza in a volume, and I created this little sprinkling gesture so I can drop the cheese in, and this is what happened. The cheese is just falling through the pizza. What gives? Well, there's a problem here. I wanted the pizza to be in a volume so the user can grab it and freely move it around. But the hand gestures all need to be done in an immersive space. Now, these two SwiftUI scenes are actually two RealityKit scenes. And so they don't actually interact with each other. They have completely separate hierarchies. They run separate physics. Somehow, I have to bridge this gap. As it turns out, there is a way to bridge this gap. There's a SwiftUI coordinate space that describes the immersive space. When you have an immersive space open, you can ask SwiftUI to convert a point or a rect up into the immersive space, or you can even just get the transform necessary to do the math yourself. So to solve this, I have to do two things. One, I need to find out when the cheese actually enters the volume. And two, I have to move the cheese from the immersive space over to the volume and preserve its position. So there's a new API in Vision OS 2 that we can use for this. We can ask SwiftUI to call a function whenever the pizza's geometry changes. This API is onGeometryChange3D. And we can specifically ask for the transform relative to the immersive space. And that gives us everything we know, everything we need to know to be able to detect when that volume moves. So I'll just call this function, and I could just hand it the pizza entity whenever the volume moves around. In the RealityKit side, I can ask the volume entity for its RealityKit transform relative to the immersive space. This transform is in RealityKit's coordinate system, so it's in meters and Y is up, and it's from the center. So then I just move a collider to match the volume's position in the immersive space. So I can do this check to see if the cheese is entering the volume fully within the immersive space. Then finally, whenever we get a collision, we need to move the cheese into the volume. This is a weird sentence to be saying out loud. So to do that, we have to find where the cheese would be if it was already in the volume and set its transform to that. And then we just reparent it from the immersive space into the volume. So let's put together everything that we've talked about with transforms and matrices and conversions. First, let's figure out where the cheese currently is in the immersive space. There's a naming convention that I like to use here when I build up transforms. I like to write it as destination from source. And you'll see why in a second. I highly recommend doing this. So next, we'll figure out where the pizza is in the immersive space. We'll call that same function. Give me the transform relative to the immersive space. But we're converting from the immersive space into the volume. And what we have here is a matrix that goes from the volume into the immersive space. So in order to go the opposite direction, we'll invert the matrix. And so now we have a matrix that gives us the cheese's location in the immersive space and a matrix that can convert from the immersive space to the volume. How do I combine these matrices together? Just multiply. So, the reason that I picked that naming convention is because on either side of that multiply symbol, the space names line up. It makes it so much easier to debug building up these complex coordinate transform hierarchies. So now I have one transform that gives me the cheese's location in the volume's coordinate space. If we multiply those together, we get our final transform. And now it works. I can move that pizza around, place it right where I want it, and then sprinkle a bunch of cheese right onto the pizza. I can even grab the pizza and move it around while I'm sprinkling because it's calculating these transforms dynamically. So as it moves around, it just keeps updating. Well, so thank you so much. I really, really hope you're able to take what we learned today and use it in your own apps and make some delightful interactions. But before I go, just in case someone somewhere wants to take a picture or screenshot this, I spent a couple hours digging through all the frameworks and building a cheat sheet for all the coordinate systems for everything. I'm going to leave this up for a sec. All right, thank you very much.
All right, we got time for like 2 solid questions or 3 mediocre questions. I'm not gonna.
City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast, the vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams everywhere. From the Michigan Avenue. Techies gather, hearts ignited, caffeinated fuel, code and chaos, demos blast. The vibe is something wild. Deep dish calls, Chicago's pulse beats louder than a child. Deep dish revolution, innovation in the air. Ideas rise like skyscrapers, tech dreams
All right. Here we go. How many of you have never seen a breakpoint jam before? Raise your hand if this is new to you. Raise it high. Higher. Touch the ceiling. Okay. Awesome. So you are in for a treat. This is going to be a blast. If you don't know, breakpoint jam is these folks have maybe played together before, but also maybe not. And you're in for some really good songs. I'm going to get out of here now. And I'm going to hand it off to Daniel. Right?
This is actually a very exciting show. Celebrating his birthday, the first Breakpoint Jam of 2025. Selling out in Chicago, near Chicago, 2 years in a row. Please welcome to the stage, James Dempsey. Clearly that was an asynchronous call. James?
Hello world's a friendly little string, shouting out to everything. Hello world, I'm like... That's a little fast, Ellen. I'm an old man now. Not that slow. There we go. Hello world's a friendly little string, shouting out to everything. Hello world, I'm glad to be here with you. Hello world is what you're gonna write when you're a programming neophyte. Hello world, I'm writing some code for you. Bridge, it can be daunting. Technology is daunting you. Don't get that. Type it out, hello world. How you gonna greet a very new programming language you meet? Hello world, hope you're glad to meet me too. Hello world, now don't be surprised. Hello world can be localized. It's a great big world to say hello to. Another bridge, and your mind's really over your head. Ain't no delay, just start playing with some code instead. Type it out. Hello world, short and it's sweet. And a loop it's gonna repeat. Hello world, hello world, Hello world into infinity. Hello world. Thank you very much, and welcome to a Breakpoint Jam. How's everybody been doing here at Deep Dish Swift 2025? I've had an amazing time. All of the speakers have been fantastic. And yeah, we hope you enjoy this Breakpoint Jam. So just to tell you a little bit about myself, so I do work on some different things. There's swiftversion.net, which is maybe the easiest way to find out which Xcode versions go with which versions of Swift. I always get totally baffled. I work on a little freeware app called Build Setting Extractor, which is the quickest way to get your build settings out of an Xcode project and into XC config files. And I also work in a number of the work groups in Swift, the Swift organization, the website work group, and the contributor experience work group. And then, of course, I also do James Dempsey and the Breakpoints. We do Breakpoint Jams. We also do a full concert the week at WWDC, and we'll be announcing that very shortly for this year. And all of these things are part of what I like to call James Dempsey's cavalcade of profitless pursuits. We'll be talking about a profitful pursuit a little bit later, but let's jump back into the songs. So, Deep Dish Swiss 2025. What is our next song? Oh, I know what it is. It is a song about a feature we all love in Swift. It's a little thing called the optional song. Yeah, sure. Bum, 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 bum. First, a big round of applause for Dennis. He's been doing the sound the entire show, and for this cam, he's been a miracle worker. Well, an optional contains the value on just empty space. If nothing's there, you won't miss it, because your code is explicit. You're handling either case. A type that is optional is like a programmatic shot in the dark. Well, you're never quite certain something's behind the curtain, so the type has a question mark. Whoa, 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 that double question mark can be quite a blessing to you. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Complicated instance graphs as you complaining. Traversing tersely with optional chain and calling methods, properties, and subscripts pertaining to you. Now it's solo optional. Coming up right after this verse. If there's no one to sound it, we'll if let around it. Carry on the worst. Oh, but we do have a soloist, friends, on saxophone and EPR. In 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's use it up for Denny. It was black tie optional. I attended that swanky affair. As I approached VIPs in my cut-off dungarees, I felt the guard throw me out of there. Well, folks, you don't know it. It's about to become incredibly dramatic in here. 1, 2, 3, 4. You might think you are being resourceful, unwrapping optionals in ways that are forceful. But build and run, you may soon be remorseful as it all comes crashing down. That exclamation point should make you wonder, am I committing a programming blunder? One little nil tears your whole app asunder as it all comes crashing down, crashing down. It all comes crashing down. Soon you'll be finding you should be optional binding. It's quiet in here. It was clothing optional. As I stepped onto the beach, while my eyes got their fill of folks dressed up in nil, I kept my towel well within reach. Now you know an optional, strongly typed, wrapped up little gift. The moral of this optional story is they're mandatory when you're coding in Swift. The moral of this optional story is they're mandatory when you're coding in Swift. Thank you. So, I want to give a shout out to the breakpoints. So the way that these breakpoint jams work is that these folks coming out of town, from all over, rehearse up the songs on their own, and then we get together for a little while before performing it in front of you. So for all their time and efforts and lending their talents to the effort, please give a round of applause to all of the breakpoints. So I'd like to introduce them. First, on guitar, Ellen Shapiro. And then on slide advance keyboard, Mr. Daniel Steinberg. Anyway. Go backwards, P. So, when folks have played with the band many, many times over many, many years, they are full breakpoints. When folks are just starting out or have only played with us a couple of times, they are conditional breakpoints. He played with us last year. He's been at a couple of live near WWCs. Adrian Eves. And then making his breakpoint debut, Kabir Oberoi on guitar. Making her breakpoint debut, Daniela Vrazan. And she is playing a Croatian tamburiza? Yes, perfect. I got it. Yes, a Croatian stringed instrument, which is fantastic. And then you heard him on sax, Danny Behar. Also making his breakpoint debut. So a big round of applause once again for all of those folks. What are we doing next? Oh my gosh, we're about to hear some sad, sad chords. Revenue Cat sticker. Oh, but these sad chords. Even a Revenue Cat sticker can't make me happy. Because this song I wrote a long while ago. You'll know how long ago it was by the references in this song. But it still packs an emotional gut punch to me. Because what I describe in this song is something that has happened to you or someone you love. It happens to thousands, maybe even millions of people around the world every day. I'd like to do that song for you now. Almost dropped my iPhone 5 on the gray stone floor of the Apple Store. Yeah, almost dropped my iPhone 5. Let's go around again. Words are flying out of my head like crazy. Almost dropped my iPhone 5 on the gray stone floor of the Apple Store. Yeah, almost dropped my iPhone 5. could see a near calamity. Yeah, I almost dropped my phone. Almost dropped my phone. Almost dropped my phone. Yeah, almost dropped my phone. Almost dropped my phone. Almost dropped my phone. A look of shock was on my face. All of the money spent as I watched its descent. It wasn't even in a case to save me from despair. I caught it in midair. Caught it in midair, yeah. Without a moment left to spare, yeah. Yeah, I caught it in midair, yeah. My fumbling fingers found it there, found it there. Does it piss off Johnny Ive as dents and scratches malign his pristine design? Yeah, almost dropped my phone. Almost dropped my phone. Almost dropped my phone. Yes, I did now. Almost dropped my phone. Almost dropped my iPhone 5. Yeah, almost dropped my phone. I almost dropped my phone. Yeah, my phone. iPhone 5. Yeah, almost dropped my phone. I almost dropped my iPhone 5. Almost dropped my phone. Almost dropped my iPhone 5. Getting old. Oh, yes. So, I'd like to bring another breakpoint up on stage. I think, click through. Yes, Mr. Mark Dalrymple. So Mark will be singing, doing vocals, but he also has joined us on trombone many a time. If you advance the next slide, just that one. So I was visiting like an old antique store, and they had this whole box of sheet music. And I came across this little piece of this barbershop piece. Hey, hit it. Of this song. It was surprising, but it seems like it's from around like 1910. My beautiful mutable shared state. So we'd like to do that song for you now. Oh, my beautiful mutable shared state, I don't know how to begin. I decline to resign to the sad fate of the trouble that you get me in. Oh, my beautiful mutable shared state, with references all over town. Well, my back was turned and then later I learned you knew Thank you. Mark will be joining us a little later in the show. And I think
I'm not trying to start.
oh no, but if you advance one more. So sometimes after you've been doing songs, nerdy songs for a while, just out of the blue on social media, you'll get an uninvited prompt. Somebody will say something and then somebody will chime in and say, James Dempsey should write a song about this. And I almost never do. However, this one struck my fancy, just this notion of Apple Music saying something went wrong, please try again later. So I wrote a little ditty called the Error Message Song. And I'm just going to do that for you now. And it gives the band a little break. It goes a little something like this. Make sure I remember the chords. Yeah. Something went wrong, please try again later. Something went wrong, please try again later. I was not expecting to present an error message to you. There's nothing more that I can do right now. Something went wrong, please try again later. Something went wrong, please try again later. Oh, yes. Sorry about that. So I mentioned my cavalcade of profitless pursuits. Before we do the next song, I just want to talk to you about a profitful pursuit. Next slide. So I have been doing a course called the App Performance and Instruments Virtuoso course. Oh, thanks. And as far as I've been able to discern, it is the only full-length, in-depth course about app performance and instruments that exists, which is why I decided to do it. Feel free to scan that QR code. So I also wanted to just share a couple of testimonials from people who are actually at the conference if you wanted to check in with them, including Mark D, who just sang on a song. Oh, applause for Mark D. No, that is not how you get in the band. It's the other way around. Michaela took the course. And John Gillian. So the next, put that slide back up. They got to get the QR code. So the next round of the course actually starts this coming Monday, May 5th. We still have a few seats available. Scan the QR code on the site. There's full details, including you can read all of these testimonials and more are there. I don't think I've ever done an actual plug in the middle of one of my shows, but, you know, people have seemed to be really enjoying the course, so I really just want to get the word out there. So thank you very much for putting up with this in the midst of a show. All right. And then I lost the crowd. All right, we're going to do a song called The Accessibility Song. This is the UI Kit iOS version of the song. There is already a Mac OS version of the song. I don't yet have a Swift UI version of the song. That's enough. Sure. Your application is a tiny little server. That's all right. Big round of applause. And that's why it's a jam, a breakpoint jam. Your application is a tiny little server of information of its user interface. It dishes out the dirt with such a quiet fervor, you might not even realize it's taking place. VoiceOver gets a lightweight representation of your app's UI elementary. Then it's just elementary, my dear Watson. Your app's an open book, no more mystery. Some folks ain't got much use for bitmaps on screens. They get the lay of the land through this alternate means. Wanna build your app for maximum utility? Take a little time, implement accessibility, and tell the story of your application. Describe the glory of its interface so that we know sight unseen what's going on the screen. Share your app with the whole human race. There's an object behind each UI element. UI accessibility methods compute the response to each requested VoiceOver sent for any action or attribute. VoiceOver also registers to be notified as things are happening blow by blow. Like when key focus changes where it resides, all the controllers come and go. Standard controls, it's all built in. We need a view of your own. We need your help for the win. This isn't rocket science in some government facility. So take a little time, implement accessibility, and tell the story of your application. Mind the quarry of its interface so that it's easy as pie to automate your UI. Share your rap with the whole human race. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Danny Behar once again on sax. Well, a picture is worth 1,000 words, they say. I don't believe that ratio anymore. 'Cause just a word or two goes such a long, long way to describe what an icon is for. You can set those descriptions to suit your style. You can set them right in IPE. Or if you're suffering from storyboard denial, do it programmatically. Regardless of the way you get things done, you know accessible apps really have more fun. Giving room to great, they enhance your virility. So take a little time, implement accessibility, and tell the story of your application. Describe the glory of its interface so that we know sight unseen what's going on the screen. And it's easy as pie to automate your UI and weave every detail that we should render in breath. Yeah, you wrap the whole human race. Oh, yes. So, over the course of the conference, a number of people have asked. Well, first, before I do that, how many people here have used test flight? Oh, make some noise. I'll tell you why I asked a little bit later. Now, a lot of people, or a number of people over the course of the conference have come up to me and asked, new song? So, let me tell you a little story. I arrived on Saturday, the 26th, in the afternoon. I arrived in Chicago with maybe half of a new song. And then Sunday morning, I saw a talk by this guy who encouraged me to engage in self-delusion. So I self-deluded myself into thinking I'd have a new song ready for you all by now. And that brings us back to test flight. So test flight, as you know, is you put your first build of your app out there and you send it to a bunch of people and they find every crash, every problem, every design flaw in your brand new app. So would you all like the test flight version of this new song? I warned you. Some words. All right. Sorry. That's all I have. That's not true. All right, so I'm not going to look at you all. Just going to try. Looking around, it's not always easy. Looking around to know what to think. All of your views you arrived at so easy. Can so easily fall out of sync. That's not distracting at all. That's my fault. I'm so sorry. No, keep doing it. It's fun. There we go. I'm looking for a source of truth, something to depend on, something I can count on, something I can base my views upon. I'm looking for that source of truth in a world that's always changing. The state of things keeps rearranging. Need something to build my views upon. State is great when you need to contemplate some data locally. Though Thank you very much. Oh. So that was a little song about Swift UI, clearly. I wrote a song many, many years ago, and it was about a class in AppKit. Time has come around, and people don't talk about AppKit. So I reworked the words. It used to tell one story, now it tells a brand new story, and we like to do that song because sometimes the only way you can express your feelings for a class or a struct or a framework is through an up-tempo country western song. I love you. I love you. From the first time I saw you, I just knew that my life would change forever, and so many things I do. Let me take this moment just to say that I love you. Swift UI. It used to be imperative to meet my every need. Just stepwise detailed narrative, how my partner should proceed. With you, it's so much easier. I just say I do declare. You respect my declarations and render my UI with care. I love you, and all conforming types within your written. Look it up. Sometimes I take for granted all the many things you do. Let me count some reasons why I say that I love you. You got buttons and sliders, spacers and dividers. Never seen a rumor in an Apple Insider. 8 stacks, V stacks, back to front Z stacks. The name of the game is frame for hiding with bin max, making with the dark mode, scrolling through a wide load, dynamic type adjustments without a lick of my code. Another thing nice is you work across devices and got accessibility too. I love you. Woo. Love, not much hullabaloo. I once sent you a greeting card by Maya Angelou. The words were mighty flowery, but the gist was I love you. Sometimes you can be primitive, basic as can be, and sometimes so sophisticated with composed complexity. You adjust to your surroundings anytime you hit the scene. Yeah, like hanging out in bars, that's mainly toolbars that I mean. Well, mainly. And you're so animated with vivacity and verb updating transforms in opacity along a timing curve. You adjust your destination if a change should come about, easing into situations and you smoothly ease on out. I love you. I love you. That's why I have your API as a tattoo. Your spending my days setting my ways, then suddenly you come along. Well, you spun me around till I finally found you. Got me singing a different song. I love you. Yeah, I love you. Let me tell you one thing more. Just don't trade new. I know that we'll grow old together, but my love will still seem new. 'Cause each passing year gets better since I fell in love with you. I love you. All right, so Josh mentioned in his opening statements about family and about this community. And, well, especially today on my birthday. So I'd like to do a little song that Thank you. I appreciate that very much. So this next song, it'll just be me on the ukulele. I wrote it a couple of years ago, but to me, it kind of distills a lot of what I've learned over the years, especially around things such as community and the people we meet along the way. And it's called Future Proof. My, how we... Oh, let me just do it well. My, how we try to use the latest API. Try not keep our database from being too outdated. Move away from everything that's been deprecated. And then one day, you know, you'll stumble on the truth. Ain't nothing future-proof. Ain't nothing future-proof. My, how they fly. Watching the years go by. Keeping up with all the changes since you first got started. Even though some of your dreams are now long departed, one day you'll see your life from the other side of youth. Ain't nobody future-proof. Ain't nobody future-proof. Technologies will come and go like passing seasons. Get too attached, you'll feel it when they fall. But keep in mind that people are the fundamental reasons why we're even writing code at all. My spirit's high, thinking about you and I. Might have met you long ago, might have met you lately. I just wanted you to know I appreciate you greatly. come true. Thanks, Carrie and Josh, for the gift, putting on Deep Dish Swift, helping our dreams come true. Ooh, give them a round of applause. Friendships made along the way never grow long in the tube. Ain't nothing more future-proof. Friendships made along the way never grow long in the tube. Ain't nothing more future-proof. So thank you very much. We would like to do one more song for you. It's a little Hawaiian song. But we'd like to invite some folks up on stage, some folks we haven't introduced yet. Well, first, let me tell you the story of the Phantom Breakpoint. Oh, what? I didn't know they had those in LLDB. So that song, for me, so many technologies have changed, but it really is those people that you meet and have a relationship over the years. So 12 years, 13 years ago, I met the Phantom Breakpoint. So somebody who plays an instrument, and we said, hey, yeah, it would be great if you played in a jam or what have you. We've been at least a half dozen conferences together since, and somehow we've never connected enough for him to play. And he's here at this conference as well. The Phantom Breakpoint is, hit it, Kevin Muntz. Give him a round of applause. He is the only person to have any kind of breakpoint designation without doing a damn thing. But we will have him as a breakpoint at some point. But it's been so long, he needed some kind of recognition. Now as to actual breakpoints, Daniel Kennett on guitar. And he's joining us for the second breakpoint jam here at Deep Dish Swift. Also, Anne Lewin O'Brien. Also second time at Deep Dish Swift. And I think that's all of them. Yep. So before we do this last song, please one more giant round of applause for all of the breakpoints. So, on a trip to Hawaii, I learned this Hawaiian phrase, which is the refrain for this song. So, hearkening back even to that wonderful talk about the history of iOS development, this next song is thinking about in Hawaii, you know, like the coming and going of the tides and the breezes and the palm trees and what have you. Of course, your mind turns to the history of memory management in Apple frameworks. So we go all the way back. It's a little song called the Leaky Song. The chorus is easy to learn, easy to sing, so I encourage you highly to sing along with us. All right. Retained and released to keep my memory released. You don't wanna make a la'aliko. Sometimes my mind it would slip, causing some objects to trip. You don't wanna make a la'aliko. auto-releasing spine. I popped the pool off the stack to get my memory back. You wanna make a lot of me. Sing along. Oh. And I was garbage collecting, never standing still. Oh, but the runtime price bad for embedded device. Wanna make iPhone bridge. You've managed memory longer than I can know. We look for better ways to handle it. Know the path that leads us there might change. The destination, it remains the same. Everybody, then I refactored to arguments more than a slick compiler extension based on naming convention. Wanna make a lot of the tide started to drift, and now the current is swift. Square brackets are gone, but reference cycles live on. You wanna make a lot. Everybody. How's everybody doing? Still a fantastic Deep Dish Swift. Gonna bring this around a few more times. Please sing it with all your heart, because that'll last for the next one. One more time. Would you happen to want to hear one more? Clap like you want to hear one more. So we're going to do one more song by your vast applause. And this one, the photography you'll see in this are photos by Adam Tao, who is here at the conference. So a big round of applause for Adam. All right. Yep, soft and slowish. so very long ago, was somebody we all know. Upon the stage he was the king, showing what the future just might bring. But his days with us have passed, but the memories still last. Those magic words that he'd let ring, when he'd say just one more thing. One more thing. One more thing. We love to see just one more thing. One more thing. One more thing. Wish he could show us one more thing. But those days are now behind. To the future you'll still find many great things happening, many dreams left to take wing. So today we play our show, though it's almost time to go. We all really want to sing, play for you just one more thing. One more thing. One more thing. Sing along. We long to play just one more thing. One more thing. One more thing. We're gonna play just one more thing. We've been working real hard, and we think you're gonna like it. You're gonna like it when we play just one more thing. Music's in our DNA, with hope you're gonna like it. You're gonna like it when we play just one more thing. One more thing. One more thing. Sing along. We're gonna one more thing. We're gonna play just one more thing. One more thing. Let's bring it on home. One more thing. One more thing. We're gonna play just one more thing. Thank you very much.
My number 4 microphone got tired of me talking. Okay, that was amazing, band. Thank you very much. So glad to have you here a second year.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to roll pretty much straight into Daniel's closing keynote. I think everybody can stay on the stage for the closing keynote, right? Yeah? No. Okay. Oh, nope. Okay, we're not. So yeah, we're just gonna give it a minute or here to get rearranged, and then we're gonna roll straight into it. So. I have number 1. Oh, okay. I gotta turn this off so he can talk, apparently. I guess that's how this works. So here will be Daniel with the closing keynote in a minute.
mic isn't live. Oh, now it is. Okay. The slides on?
Oh yeah, slides on. We're almost there. Okay, I just need slides on and then. Okay, I got it. Ooh, this is a loud one. I got a new mic. All right, we're just gonna get the slides on and then. Oh, you got closing. Is it working? Are you presenting? We got it. We got it. Is the first one a black slide? Nope.
I'll unplug and plug in. Other side. Awesome. Well, is it my display settings? Wait, just let me. What do I choose for displays? You want to plug me in so that we can see it? Thanks. I feel like anticlimactic. No. Has he not got it? James was just plugged in, and he did something underneath in between, though. He was under there doing something after James did. The good news, it's not me. Now you're up.
I'm up. Okay.
No.
Oh,
I can't. I have custom fonts.
you can give it to O.
It's seeing you. If you can change my display settings, you can mirror. I don't like it, but I can do it without slides if you want.
We did technology. Woo! Okay. Now we will have a closing keynote from Daniel Steinberg. Let's go.
Hi. How are you? Just want to make sure you're with me. So this is what most of us do, yes? Actually, this is hardware. There's very little we can do with this, but we do a lot of this. We put something on the screen, and if we don't like it, we can move it, and that's because it's software. And that makes us happy. This isn't hard for us to do. We put a little thought into it. We don't like something, we tweak it. We can do something with it. This is me. The iPhone is not as old as me. In fact, If I want to play basketball professionally, I need to use the Daniel 65 Pro, and it turns out that's not good enough. I need the Pro Max. That's a hardware change. That's hard. We can't do that. Oh my gosh, I've wanted to be that tall forever. So hardware is not something I'm talking about today. I'm talking about software, the things about ourselves that we can change, the things that we can make a difference with. So often we can change. Every word there is doing a lot of work. Not always. We can't always, but often we can. Years ago, I was a radio DJ. If we had more time, I'd tell you young people what radio is. The first station I worked for was an album-oriented rock station, and if we had more time, I'd tell you young people what an album is. And I moved, and I wanted to keep working in radio. I wanted another job, but often you can change, but others won't let you change. When you apply for a job in radio, you submit a tape of what you sound like on the air. And sometimes the news station can't hear how you would fit in with their stuff. They see you as what you've always done. And so, for instance, we have someone here who's known as the concurrency guy. What if he wants to become the UI guy? People might not let him. You're the async guy. But I worked in what was called urban contemporary. And then they made me a newsman. And I was telling someone during the break that this might have been one of the best jobs for me. I was really upset when they demoted me and made me be a sidekick in news. But it's where I learned to write clean and write fast. And so sometimes people push you in a direction that really benefits you. And I moved over and I worked adult contemporary and smooth jazz. And even after I worked all these different formats, when I applied for a job, they could only hear the last place I worked. So sometimes people can't see what you can do. But you do something. And you teach people that you can change it once you're doing something. So recently I started doing yoga. I know, can't you tell? And I go to class, and the teacher tells us all to bend, and I'm the one in the middle. In my head, I'm bending like everyone else. In my body, I'm not. And everyone I've talked to has said, give it 6 months. In 6 months, you'll be just like the rest of us. Today is 6 months, and I get about that far, which is a lot of progress for me. Thank you. But when I wasn't bending at all, I thought, why am I doing this? Why do I continue to come here each day? There were so many whys, but I just did. It was important that I do something. I was sitting around too much. I was typing too much code, too much this. And so I decided I would walk a lot each day, and I would bike a lot, and I would pick up yoga. My wife used to do yoga, and it wasn't until I took it that I knew what all her friends were talking about, because at the end you lie back down, and apparently she would snore. So I didn't do yoga with her. I was doing Tai Chi. I did Tai Chi for many years, and I was in the class, and I'm not the person in the middle. The person in the middle is a woman named Geraldine, and she had a stroke. She was 80-some years old, and 3 times a week, her husband would drop her off, and for 2.5 hours, she would do Tai Chi with us, and after a while, she was this. And that's what powers me to do the yoga, even though I'm not seeing something happen each day. I watched this woman regain herself over time by just staying with it. And everybody was so nice to her. We were so nice to her. And we don't tend to be that nice to ourselves. And that's why we stop doing stuff, is we get frustrated that how could we be this stupid and still be making these mistakes 6 months into something? So when you go to a yoga class, and I gotta tell you, I don't go to a real yoga class, I go to what's called gentle yoga. What gentle yoga is we don't get up and down a lot. Once we get up, we're up for a while doing all the standing stuff, and So that's gentle yoga. We start lying down. When you come into yoga class, you're coming from a day where stuff is going on and you're thinking about the stuff you're going to do after. And so the first thing you do is you just relax. And you connect to your body and you breathe. You start focusing on where you are. And then at some point, you get up and you start doing some exercises and you open yourselves up and you start feeling good. You stretch a little bit. Not so much for me. You reach, various warrior poses, and by the end of class, you're back on the ground, you're still doing exercises, and then you reconnect and you find your breath again. And we always end in a sitting position where the teacher might tell us a story and we reflect a little bit and we appreciate what's going on around us and we honor. And the first thing we honor is that we showed up today to do this work. And you should do that. Think about what it took for you to be at this conference. You think, well, I just sat here and watched. No, you didn't. You're here. You're part of a community. During breaks, you talk to other people. So you honor yourself for showing up. You honor the teacher. There's an awful lot to think about. Today, I'm just going to tell stories. So if you got somewhere to be, I get it. My stories will be general. They'll be specific. Some of them will be very general. Some of them will be very specific. And as I tell these stories, I want to tell you, I'm not wrapping up at the end with a moral to tell you, here's what you heard. You have to do work. Your job is find the lessons in these stories that apply to you. I can't do that for you because each one of you is different. Your context is different. Your time is different. Your constraints are different. So I want to begin with a story about Josh. I'm sorry, Josh. I'm a speaker here, and Josh is the MC, but when we first met, it was exactly the opposite. I was an MC at a conference, and Josh was a speaker, and I like to talk to the speakers before a conference, and what he told me was he's got a fear of talking. And he's got a fear of talking because he has a stutter. Actually, that wasn't what I told you. What I said was, what are the lessons that apply to me? Not how can I make this be about me? So Josh is afraid of public speaking. He has a stutter, but he speaks publicly anyway. For 3 days, he's emceed this conference. He's got a real stutter. He's got a real fear. He did it anyway. That's huge. Think of something you're not doing and think about what's preventing you. There may be valid things. For instance, hardware. I'm not a Max. I'm not going to be playing pro basketball. But often when you look at what's preventing you, there are things you can consider. You say, well, I wanted to speak at Deep Dish and I wasn't accepted. I can't do anything about that. Well, maybe instead of speaking at Deep Dish, we start by saying, I want to speak publicly. And there may be things that prevent you. And you look at the causes and you address the causes if you can, or you do what Josh did and you speak anyway. Maybe you've got nothing to talk about. Maybe you don't have the confidence. Maybe you've never applied because why would they accept me? I'm not going to apply. Or maybe you're afraid. Now, these two you can do something about. You can find something to talk about. You're interested in something. Something has moved you. And you can apply. Those are things that you can fix. These two, maybe you can, maybe you can't. They're kind of different. They fall in a different category. Josh has a real fear. It's not imagined. And he speaks publicly anyway. I've been speaking for more than 40 years. And I'm nervous every time I get on this stage. I don't use a remote because you'd see my hand shake. 40 plus years. Oh, Daniel, you don't get afraid. I do. You guys scare the heck out of me. So think of something you're not doing and think of what's preventing you. And often, not always, often it's you. It's what's going on in your head. Josh and I saw each other a year after that. And I said, you know, the only reason I know you stutter is because you told me. Some of you have watched him introduce people for 3 days and probably didn't notice that he has a stutter. And when I said this to him, he said, it turns out most people don't even notice. And he gave a great talk on this that you can find online. Most people don't notice the thing that was preventing him from speaking publicly. And I think you'll find that if you look at what's preventing you, often most people don't notice it. It's in your head. It's what's holding you back. Okay? Not always. So that's Josh. I look at Josh and I don't see a stutter. I do wish he put his hat on right. Or take it off. But maybe Josh has a fear that if he doesn't wear his hat, we won't know him. We will. Because he's so much more than that hat. And he's not that stutter. These are just things that we tell ourselves and the stories we tell ourselves. I think we've heard enough about Josh. Okay. By making it about me, this is one of the ironic things about storytelling. The more personal and detailed you make it, the more of yourself that you share, the more it's about the audience too, because they find a moment. So that story that I told that was about Josh was a very personal story, but there was something in it for each one of us. I'm afraid I'm aging out of a community. I feel old, and I'm afraid that you'll think I'm too old. Now, the problem is me. The problem is that I feel old, and actually, to be more correct, the problem was me. I felt old. I felt old. I don't know if you guys have seen me in the last couple of years come to a conference and I can barely stand or walk. It just hurts too much. And finally, my doctor said to me, not his fault. I hadn't told him there was anything wrong because me and doctors. I finally told him and he said, oh, you have sciatica. I thought, that doesn't make any sense. Sciatica is something you get in your back. He said, yeah, but it's a nerve that goes down and yours happens to manifest in your feet and it happens when you sit a long time. And so when I would take an airplane to Finland, to Amsterdam, to Paris, I'm sitting for a long time and the next week I'm walking like I'm old. Now we can apply our lessons from fear and say, well, just stand or walk anyway, and I did. And I did, don't slow down for me, because actually it would loosen up as I walked. And that's what gets me up in front of you, but not all obstacles are the same, and so having a hurt foot is not the same as being afraid of something. And it turns out you can do things for a sciatica by stretching. But you should do that before it hurts. Because if you wait till it hurts, it's a good week until it starts feeling better and you're flying home to the United States on another 9-hour flight. And when I started doing yoga, I noticed the pain went away. Duh, you're stretching. Now, it took months to see the results from that. And I should have started sooner, but who knows? And it changed something in me. I no longer felt too old. Now, part of the other thing is I got to tell you about the cutest couple in my class. They come to class, and he carries in his mat and her mat, and she's 87 and he's 88, and they bend way farther than I do. Josh still has a stutter. I'm still old, but that's not what people see. Now, this next part, I'm warning you, you got to pay attention to the slide, because with me, that's what people see. When I turn to the side, you go, oh my God, he's enormous. And I know that that's true because anytime I see someone, they say, have you lost weight? And I haven't. And that's what tells me that they remember me as being even heavier than I am. That's for another day. I'm old. You can hear it in my stories. I want to tell you a story about Kim. Kim and I were friends for a long time. When I went to graduate school, her office was down the hall from me. She worked in the Center for Professional Ethics, and I'd stop in and we'd have coffee and we'd talk. And we were just friends for a long time. And I worked in a radio station. I had free tickets a lot. And so our first date was January 25th, 1992. And spoiler alert, if I remember that date, the story ends happy. She didn't want to date me. And I ran out yesterday and had coffee with her cousin, and her cousin remembers that she had a reason for that, which she didn't tell me, which was she knew if we dated, we'd get married, and she didn't want to marry me. She was Catholic and wanted to marry a Catholic. She thought that would be easier, and so we went out a lot, but if you asked her, we weren't dating. If you ask me, just a difference of opinion. This went on for a while, and then she and some of her girlfriends went on a cruise. This is not what the boat looked like, but this was the icon that I had. And I thought, this has been dumb. We should be dating. She doesn't want to date. There's got to be a way to make this turn. And so I wanted to send her something that would let her know, but not be too mushy. So I wanted to send her flowers on the boat with a note that said, "This is stupid." The boat said no to both of those. The boat said I could pay for champagne to be delivered to her table, and the only note I could have was this. So that wasn't good. So I thought some more, and I had another idea. When she was done with her cruise, she was going to fly home from Los Angeles. So I found out what flight she was going to be on, and I did that by calling my travel agent, and if we had more time, I would explain to you young people what a travel agent is. So I bought flowers at a florist shop, wrote my little note, and I went to the airport. This is a story that couldn't happen today. I went to the airport. There was almost no security. I looked up at the screen, and I found out the flight that was going to LA on the same airline, and I went to the gate, and I told my story to the gate agent and asked, could I give them the flowers, and could they deliver it to Kim on her flight home? And the gate agent called a stewardess, and the stewardess said, "Oh, I know someone on that crew. I'll keep it in my hotel room, and I'll give it to them in the morning," and that's what they did. And the next day, when Kim was flying back with her friends, who were all married, the stewardess showed up, came down the aisle, and all her friends went, "Ooh." And the stewardess told the story and gave her the flowers and the card. And so she flew home. The next day, nothing. Not a phone call, nothing. The day after, nothing. Sometimes you do something big, and nothing happens. Turned out she'd gotten sick. She thought she'd call me. She lost track of time, doesn't matter. Then she felt embarrassed. Nothing. So we went back to the way things were. Going out most nights, not dating. And then I said to her, this is stupid. If we're not going to date, I'm going to see someone else. It's time. And I worked for the station, and so we always had these things with listeners, and I had to do this event with listeners. And that night when I got home, she was on my front porch waiting for me. And so we started dating July 25th, and we were married a year later. 1 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 And so as Kim said, if we date, we're going to get married. You know when to walk away, and Kim always told me that that was the smartest thing I could have done. But I want to tell you that that's not the lesson here. I'm not saying you get something by walking away. I walked away because I was really walking away. It was time. And the reason it worked out and the reason that we're married was I was willing to walk away, and she stopped and she thought about the 6 months. That's the yoga stretching that caused me not to hurt 4 months later. All that time we spent going out together, we were building something. And she remembered getting the flowers on the airplane, and then she thought, this is stupid. How am I not going to get married? This is meant to be. And we had an awesome marriage. But you have to do the work. And the work, remember, didn't pay off at any point. Can you imagine going to the extent of the flower thing and never hearing, oh, that was sweet? Oh, thank you? So do something. I imagine you're a little tired. We're taking a little intermission here. If you need to stretch, I get it. I got more stories. You guys okay? Okay. Your job, remember, is to listen to the stories and find how the stories apply to you. So here's a story about my mom. My mom, I could fill a book with stories. But every once in a while, she does something really cool. And when I graduated from college, and I was about to confront my entire family at a party, she said, they're all going to tell you what they would do if they were your age. And she said, you know what? They all were your age, and they didn't do any of these things they're telling you to do. Things change. You can't walk into an airport and do what I did. No one can. Life is so different. In fact, before I met her, Kim used to go to the airport all the time. She loved to drive, and so when anyone was flying in, she'd go to the airport and go sit at the bar by the gate, drink something, and wait for the people. In September 1997, we adopted Maggie, and we brought her home from China. Kim's entire family came to the airport and brought balloons down to the gate, and they met us at the gate. These are things that sound cool, and you think, oh, I'll do that. Yeah, go ahead and try it. Okay. I have a story about technology. A couple of years later, Kim was pregnant. Second child, first pregnancy. That's the story. Not going to tell it. And I had a job interview in Buffalo. I was a college professor by now, and times were tough for college professors, and so I had a job interview in Buffalo. And this is February, and the baby would be born March 3rd. And so my father-in-law said, here, take my mobile phone. If anything happens, we'll call you. His mobile phone was huge. It was in a case. It had to be plugged in. There were smaller phones by then, not his. In those days, if one mobile phone called another one, they were both charged for the minutes. Different times. But that was considered mobile. Not like what you have in your pocket right now, what we consider mobile. But also not like most of us had in our homes. We had phones like this, where the phone stayed right here. If you took all the apps off your phone, and you turned off Wi-Fi, and you taped your phone to the wall, that's what we had. Those phones were tied to a place. When someone called you on those phones, they would say, is so-and-so there? They knew where the phone was, but they didn't know who was there. Now, when you call someone on the phone, you pretty much know who's going to answer it, and what you ask is, hey, where are you? Same device, but the worlds they live in are different, And so the questions are different and the answers are different. And so when someone gives you advice, you've got to understand that, oh my gosh, when I was your age, there were no iPhones, there were no mobile phones. Phones were tied to a place. My answers are different. The stories you hear have context. When someone says, what I would do is, what they really should be doing is saying to you, hey, what are you interested in? What are you thinking of doing? And engage in a dialogue that's relevant to the both of you. Paula Poundstone has this routine where she says, you know how adults are always asking kids what they want to be when they grow up? It's because they're looking for ideas. And I thought of this during the opening keynote, where we were encouraged to create things for these kids and create things for the kid inside of you. And I love this. An adult is a kid who's forgotten how to have fun. Don't forget how to have fun. So, I have a blast. I don't know if you can tell, but I play all the time. I mean, we call it coding. We call it writing books. We call it all sorts of things, but it's fun. At 65, the question I get asked most often is, when are you going to retire? And I think, to do what? I would travel. I do all the things I'm doing now. And I'm always looking for ideas, but I also carry a ton of ideas with me. You wondered where the backpack was going to pay off. So here's a story about ideas. I told you I was a DJ at a radio station, and one of the radio stations I worked at was a top 40 station. And so basically a top 40 station would have 10 songs that were the top songs and then 10 in the next category, and we'd play them like this. So we'd play 6 red songs in an hour and 4, and so what it meant was your top songs would rotate every hour and a half, and the next one every 2.5 hours, and so some songs would play more than others. I did that 40 years ago. And once the iPhone shipped and things settled and I was doing other things, I had ideas for 2 apps. And one was, Apple Music has these playlists. What if we could rotate them the way we rotated songs? And you could pick which were your favorite 10, and you could change them. So after a week, you're getting sick of this one, you move it to a less played category. And my other idea for an app was, everybody has to have a to-do list, right? The way we scheduled commercials at the radio station, I thought would be a great way to schedule my life. Sat with those ideas for years. And then Music Kit for Swift shipped. And I said, it's time for me to look at this one. And all I'm saying is, you carry these things in your backpack for years and years and years, and you're watching, and sometimes the time is right, and now you do this thing. So you have to balance the looking for new things with accumulating things. And so sometimes you have a great idea and the time just isn't right yet, so it's not right yet. Music Kit made it right for me. I released the app again today so that it would be free and have new things, but the things I've seen at this conference, I'm going to be updating it. It needs some more things. Sometimes the time just is right. And you look at what's preventing you from releasing it, and it could be our old friends. And you know what to do about these. These are real, but you can do it anyway. Sometimes you're offered something, and you should say yes. But so many times you should say no, and we don't say no. We don't want to hurt their feelings. We're afraid to say no. We don't know how to say no. And so we don't say no to things that we should say no to. And I got to tell you, in order to say no, you need a bigger yes. And here's a story about what I love more than anything else. I love teaching. I was a high school math teacher. I was a college math professor. I have some things to say about the matrices we saw earlier. If you ask me what I was a teacher. Except more than anything else in the world, really? And you know the answer is no. Kim was more important to me. My daughters were more important to me. And so when teaching jobs got scarce, and the only teaching job I could find was way over there, and I would have had to take my kids and my wife away from her family and my family, I did something else. At 45 years old, I changed what I did, and I got rid of this thing that I loved so much, teaching, because I had a bigger yes. I wanted to keep my kids near their grandparents. And that was, I can't imagine regretting that. How could that be wrong? I said no to teaching because of the bigger yes. So know what your bigger yeses are. It makes it really easy when someone offers you something that you kind of want to do to remember, but this is why I don't. For instance, right now, there are jobs at Apple I think would be awesome. And there's things that I think I would be great at. But my bigger yes is, I love writing, I love presenting at conferences, and you can't do that if you work at Apple. And you can tell them they're wrong all day long, but you can't do that. And they're okay saying that, and that's my bigger yes. And so knowing your bigger yes makes it easy to say no. So you have this great idea, but you don't know where to start. This is one of my favorite stories. Dr. Wave used to tell it. It's a Brad Bird story, and it's about Gower Champion, who was a director on Broadway. And the story is that he walks into a rehearsal one day, and everyone's standing around, and he says to the choreographer, he says, "What's going on?" And the choreographer says, "I just don't know what to do next." And Champion says, "Well, do something. We can change it." So key. Just do something. We can change it. Software. Not always, but often. Here's a story about doing something. So you might know this story. Someone's on the beach, and all these starfish have washed ashore, and they're dying on the sand. Someone else walking along the beach, and every couple steps picks up a starfish, tosses it in the water. First person says, "What are you doing?" Second person does not find that to be a question that needs to be answered. Walks on. Notice passing a ton of starfish, picks up another starfish, and the first person says, "There are thousands of starfish on this beach. What possible difference are you making?" And the second person takes that starfish and throws it in the water and says, "Made a difference to that one." I have questions. I have questions about that story. We live in tough times, so we have these questions. What if you save the wrong one? What if one of the starfish is a jerk? And you save that one? All sorts of ethics questions of that, like you're at a grocery store, do you return the cart? Maybe the person whose job it is to get the carts out of work. And the goal in all of these is try to do the right thing. If you inadvertently don't do the right thing, if you keep trying to do the right thing, that's a good thing. If you save this bully starfish, but do something. My second thought was, well, I could just download the Starfish app. It's freemium. I can play for a while without anything. And look how many starfish I can save while I'm sitting on my couch doing other stuff. But you're not really saving starfish. You think you're doing something, but it's not something real. So those were my questions. And our practice is nearly at an end. We've reached a little bit. We've stretched. We've opened ourselves up. And we return to our breath. And we think of what we honor. Please take a moment to honor yourselves for being here. Honor the speakers who've come in front of you. Honor Josh and Carrie for putting this on. Reflect on what you've learned a little bit. And I got to jump ahead of you while I was preparing this, and when I reflected, I thought of a starfish. And an idea came to me that maybe I've only partly understood this story through all the years that I've heard it and told it. And maybe there's a second that one in this story. That there is this starfish that was saved. And we made a difference to that one. But as this stranger leaves the beach and you're alone there, you can leave the beach too, or you can take a step, pick up a starfish, and throw it in the water. And my thought is, you are the other that one. And it doesn't have to be starfish. You care about other things, do that other thing. Do something. That's why I tell stories. I tell stories because I think you can be that one. And in fact, I know you are that one. And I know you're going to make a difference because you are that one. If this was an Apple presentation, if they'd been smart enough to hire me, this is the part where I'd say, I can't wait to see what you do with this. But I want you to do something. Be that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. So, NS Spain, I think, is the reason why there's actually a few speakers here. So, we were hanging out in a cellar, and he was saying, I want to do a non-technical talk, because he hasn't done one in a while. And I was like, well, I have a conference, and I have a non-technical talk spot. And this was it, and that was absolutely amazing. Thank you, Daniel. Too soon. All right. So, closing time. We did it. We made it through 3 days of Deep Dish Swift. I'm going to say a lot of thank yous, so let's just save all the applause for all the end, because there's a lot of thank yous. But first of all, thank you to all of the speakers. All the talks were amazing, and I cannot imagine having a different speaker lineup for this year. Thank you to the legends, Daniel and James. Absolutely great to have them here 2 years in a row. I hate to do this next one, but I also have to say a special thank you to Charlie. His photography was amazing this year. I got to put him to work, and which doesn't happen often. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Again, amazing to have you. And thank you to all of the staff that has helped, and the family that has made this all possible, and all of you. So thank you for everyone. So, who wants more? NS Coder Chicago happens every last Tuesday in Chicago. iOS Conf is happening in North Macedonia in a few weeks. Community Kit is a new conference taking place at DubDub, workshops and some other things. NS Spain is happening again. I don't know what their dates are, but here's me and Felix hanging out in a vineyard, so like, why would you turn that down? Server-side Swift in London, and then Swift Connection is happening around the same time. Swift Leads happening around the same time. Do iOS happening about a month after. So there's a lot more that you can do that is not Deep Dish Swift. So, Deep Dish Swift v4. So, I didn't say anything yet. So there are requirements that I've had to increment deep dish Swift. Not losing money, also like being, I guess, just financially stable, and that the community wants it. So good news, one that I know for sure, is we aren't losing money, and you could tell because we made a little bit of upgrades this year. Not making mad money, but I mean, that's not what it's for. It's for this community. So, does the community want more? Charlie, hit the lights.
But we're not done yet. One of the design goals was when you saw it, you wanted to lick it. This is, I hope, also going to blow you away.
So, Deep Dish Swift is returning, along with skeuomorphism. All right, so with that, I have to give a big thank you to Matthew Skiles again, who takes a really weird request from me a few weeks ago, and I was like, hey, can you just turn this like pizza bird icon into skeuomorphism and just like make it cool? And he's like, absolutely. And I hit up Charlie, and I'm like, Charlie, we need a cool animation. I was like, maybe just like an app loading icon. And he sends me this video like the next day, and I'm just like, this is so extra, but like the perfect amount of deep dish extra. So I'm super happy we got that. So to wrap it up, again, we have a Got Home Safe channel. Please let me know when you get home safe. If you don't, I will DM you. I need to know you made it home. So with that, we'll see you next year.
City lights are burning bright down on Michigan Avenue. Techies